Welcome everybody this morning. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I'm going to do a roll call. Mr. Goodhart? Here. Mr. Holden? Here. And Mr. Locke?
Here.
And I'm Helene Williams, and I'm present.
Commissioner Strickland is also present. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner. Item 3, again, welcome to everyone, and thank you for all coming. Our mission statement is to provide, protect, and preserve water resources within our county. And we'll move to item 4, and we will approve or modify the agenda. Members?
I'll motion to approve the agenda. That's Mr. Locke.
Is there a second? Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved. Item 6, Water District Governing Board Member Manager Comments. This is where, if we had a manager, he'd give input on future agenda items. Are there any future agenda items board members would like to see at our next meeting or with future meetings?
This is Mr. Locke. I think there's going to be many agenda items that we will see at future meetings, and I think further down we'll have another chance to discuss that when we get to the end of the meeting, if I was correct. But you know, we're going to deal with water issues in Pahrump, and we're going to have to go backwards from when this board was no longer to this reforming of the board and see what went on over the past year or 2 years, and really dig into what has happened, because we haven't had a lot more rain since then, and we're moving into a development stage again in Pahrump due to the real estate market being as hot as it is. And this board was formed to protect and preserve the water, not only for the future, but for those that are here right now. And to do that, we really need to get a handle on what's going on. So there will be lots of agenda items.
Mr. Holden, do you have anything?
I think that once we get a general manager, that we'll probably have lots of things for the agenda, but it's a little premature, right? Or future agendas, a little premature right now.
Thank you. Go ahead.
It'd be interesting. I've looked on the internet. Usually you can find pretty much anything you're looking for, and sometimes things you're not even looking for. But I've been trying to get a website that I could click to or click into that gives us the actual water measurement at Devil's Hole, because so much of what we get around Nye County has all been as a subsequent of the Key Park decision back in the mid-'70s. This all emanated with Federal Reserve Senior Water Right for Endangered Species, and it all comes down to a specific level as indexed versus a little copper little ring on the wall at Devil's Hole. And I like to kind of, see if we can get that data. As Mr. Locke has stated, we're in the midst of a unprecedented mega drought. But it'd be interesting to see what level, what effect it's had so far on Devil's Hole. So I think if we can somehow, have someone, tasked with getting that information, it should be, I'm sure the Park Service keeps record of it. For some reason, they're not making it readily available on the internet.
The previous board had a study that was being followed through on the USGS study that was done at Devil's Hole. And I have that, and I'm sure we have that available. I can get that sent out to the board members.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Interim Chair Williams. You were sitting on the board when we were last in place, and I had requested a item from John Klinke, and he did complete that item, and the name of that item is the preliminary analysis of Basin 162 well logs broken down categorically by work type and proposed use. That document is dated August 27th, 2020, because that's how long ago it was completed, and also because of the data available at the time. And we were not able to hear that because we didn't have a meeting. It was going to be on the next agenda. I would like to make a request for that document in its 45 pages to come forward. I think this board is going to find it quite interesting that there is not much deepening or reconditioning going on for domestic wells within Basin 162.
If you can get that to us, I'll get that to me and I'll get that to the board members. And if they decide they'd like that on the agenda, we'll get it on the agenda and get it reviewed.
I think since you are a sitting board, I think that the procedure, if I may, is that I will request from staff that it goes on the agenda, okay?
Okay.
Because you would not be able to talk to each other about it to see whether or not it should go forward. So, and it was supposed to go forward already once. So once again, I make my request that this goes on the next agenda, since it was supposed to be on the last agenda that didn't.
Okay, and I'll be at that meeting, so that's good.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank
We'll
you.
follow through. Thank you. I do have one item on Tuesday, just passed. Department of Water Resources wants to bill the county $136,000 for the work that they do in Basin 162. And the conversation was very interesting. It was whether or not it's a tax or a fee or whatever. But what really lit my light was that they said that they weren't testing private wells, they were testing water rights holders. Why are the residents of 51,000 lots being billed $2.65 on a tax that they're not party to? So I'd like to see this on the agenda, and maybe we can write a letter to the Board of Commissioners and follow through with a question raised to Department of Water Resources, and we'll see where the board wants to go with that. But that's one item I'd like on the agenda.
I agree with that. I did hear a lot about that item also. This is Mr. Locke. And I think the Division of Water Resources needed to answer a couple questions that they were unable to do, and they specifically stated that their numbers weren't exact. So obviously we want to figure out why the numbers aren't exact. And because this is a whole, if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner, this is a whole Nye County issue, not just the Basin 162.
That is correct. That was an NRS that was in place, and we've been paying that fee since 1959. And the problem with the way the fee is structured, as Ms. Williams said, is there were two agenda items. One agenda item dealt with 4 other basins, but they were being taxed basically by the purveyor, right? And the water purveyor, excuse me. And this one wasn't. So it was quite interesting.
So they were being taxed on the water rights holders?
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, and that's look, let's be honest, that's a super slippery slope.
Yes, sir.
In the state, just because that came up when I was on the board. I was a previous board member in 2015 and 16. And when that came up, now you're dealing with the 800-pound gorilla, of which that's everybody in the state saying if one county were to allow a tax to go on water rights holders, then that's going to go statewide because it's going to set precedent. So you will literally be lobbied. And I'm not saying that we need to be afraid of making decisions based on who we're up against. I'm just saying it hasn't never been done that way. And so it's, I think we should look into it. I think it should be an agenda item where we have a lot of backup, where we can ask the division come down, explain to us exactly what they did with the commission, and hopefully this board, we should be more educated on these items than the commission was or is, because that's our job. So I would like to see the division come down and we could put that on the agenda item. You know, invite them and see when we can get them down.
Good,
So,
thank you. We will move to item number 7, general public comment. Up to 3 minutes time, limit per person. Action will not be taken on the matters considered during this period until specifically included on an agenda as an action item.
John Bosta, B-O-S-T-A. First, I'd like to point out that this is the Dillon Rule State, and you have no power other than what's given to you by the Bill 222. You, as a water board, have certain duties that you have to abide by. Now, a rule is to pay for a service. It is not a tax, defined in 1865. Even there, salaries are considered to be fees paid to the person underneath the law. I can find no legislation that has changed those definitions. Now, this board is talking about items that it does not pertain to you. Water rights paid here in Amargosa Valley on commercial wells is not in your jurisdiction. It is not one of your powers. And by the Dillon Rule, you have to abide by the powers given to you by legislature. And you are using home rule, talking about things that does not concern you. And you have to take a look at the Assembly Bill 22 and underneath item 8, look at the powers that you have. And the only powers you have over water rights are water rights that you own. You have to have a supermajority to talk to the state engineer approved by the county commissioners. You do not have water rights throughout the county, and your mission statement about all water in the county is not given to you. Look at the bill that creates the law that you are serving, and you have to stay within that power structure. And the water district for years have gone outside of the power structure, and you are not following the legislation given to you underneath the Dillon Rule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Dankowski, Dankowski. Most people don't know that my name's been changed after 65 years, and it was changed because my dad, it was his dying wish, and I took my father's name after 65 years. I'm here today just to put a couple bugs in the board's ear up there, things that are on my mind, have been on my mind for quite a while. I tried to get some of it fixed. I couldn't. Maybe you guys have better luck. In Pahrump, and I'm not familiar like Michael Locke is with Tonopah and Ed is in Amargosa, but I am familiar with Pahrump water very, very thoroughly. And I want to start out saying there's two components to this equation, to this issue of water. One is quality, and the other one, of course, is quantity. So let's start out with quality. What does that mean in Pahrump? I'll start by saying this. When you get on the internet and you look it up, there's 85,000 chemicals listed in the Toxic Substance Control Act list. 85,000. There's no list on what chemicals are currently being used in this country. There's no monitoring of the usage of the chemicals specifically in this valley. Nobody monitors them. Our treated effluent from our private sewage plants push many of these toxins and metabolites of them into our sole source aquifer via the rapid infiltration basins. By law, only about 5 of these things of over 85,000 are tested by the state right now. So basically, we're injecting these things into our groundwater, our sole source aquifer. That's not good. In our valley, domestic septic systems do not pollute our groundwater because the effluent evaporates before sinking and draining into the aquifer by design. These septic systems are not designed to drain water into the aquifer. Now, it has happened in some of the upper regions of the state of Nevada. But that's because the geology is different. It's porous. We don't have that porosity in our soil down here in the basin area. So, what else do I got here? So aquifer contamination by domestic systems is directly correlated with a porous geology. Now let me move over to quantity. And this is a hot topic. Quantity has been hijacked as a victim of mathematical semantics. They throw around these numbers. Well, we're doing this, we're doing that, you know. We're saving water here, we're this many gallons here, this many gallons there. But yet, on the valley floor, statics continually drop. We've bastardized the word conservation by robbing Peter to pay Paul. We tell well owners to conserve water, and then we give the water to developers for growth. Southern Nevada Water Authority has used and exploited the word conservation for many years. Southern Nevada Water Authority has used mathematical semantics. And the main water source for all of Las Vegas, called Lake Mead, is continuing to drop. The Division of Water Resources and Southern Nevada Water Authority have failed the people. You cannot take water from one group and give it to another group and call it conservation. The mantra of Southern Nevada Water Authority is, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? So what do we do? Well, there's three things I've come up with you guys can do. I can't do it. You guys have the power to do it. One is have VEA charge a standard uniform rate for all electric usage. No rate bias, no electric welfare anymore. Everybody in VEA's territory pays the same rate per kilowatt hour. Number two, move all the production wells, which mostly are the private utilities. Move them up on the fan. That's where the statics are coming up. Jason King, when he was state engineer, made that happen. You can move those water rights up there. You can do that now. Jason King made that happen. Move the production wells on the alluvial fans where the water is coming up. And number three, have the Division of Water Resources enforce the beneficial use laws from the NRS. In other words, the use or lose it laws. Stop the unlimited extensions of water rights. Stop the banking of water rights. Stop the moving of water rights. They're playing checkers with these water rights. And they're avoiding the NRSs that the little guy has to follow, but the big guy doesn't. The little guy, he doesn't use his water. He gets his water taken away from him. The big guy, no. It doesn't work that way. It's an unfair system. And it's at the discretion of the water engineer. Put some pressure on the water engineer to hold everybody accountable for the same laws. The domestic well owner, they're not the problem in Pahrump Valley. They never will be, just like the residents of Las Vegas aren't the problem of what's going on. It's the administration. It's the people in charge. Let's not have Pahrump go through what Las Vegas is going through now with a shrinking Lake Mead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dan. I did allow you extended time.
I know.
Thank
Good morning. My name is Dwight Lilly, Lilly, and I want to thank you all for volunteer to serve in Basin 162 and all the basins up and down Nye County and trying to help solve the existential threat we have with water here. It doesn't seem like Nevada or Arizona learned the lessons of Owens Valley in California that was drained for the special interest in Los Angeles. And as a result of that, it ruined the entire area. And we sit with that very same threat right here in Pahrump unless we have proper management that's controlled by what you'd have to think is common sense rather than the golden rule, where those who have the gold rule the day. I was watching the news last night only to be dismayed that a continuation of a development I thought was dead and had lost all of its water rights to the state engineer's office, but I see the commissioners have revived that again, which seems to have backed off on a pledge several years ago that they would not approve any more developments here in Nye County. So the development continues to go on, which is the same as it is in Las Vegas and all throughout the West. Unimpeded growth is going to destroy our state right here, and there's no will to do anything about it. But I'm hoping the brain power that's sitting up here will apply common sense. Now, if you look up at Railroad Valley, even though we have water right laws in this state, the state engineer stepped in and overruled the water laws in order to save the little guys up in that area from being stepped on by the senior rights holders. So I think that might be one step you guys might end up having to take in order to preserve Pahrump from being gobbled up. I mean, basically gobbled up and chewed out. You know, we've watched this. Some of us here have watched this. I've been here for 19 years now and have watched the continued growth in Pahrump, the continued promises that something would be done about it, the lack of management. You know, in Pahrump, for a slice of pizza, a developer can get anything they want. You know, it's really unfortunate. But there's another area of hope you might want to look at, in that the abundance of people that gobbled up land throughout Pahrump and up in Amargosa Valley in the hopes of becoming millionaires off of hemp, well, that all blew up in their face. So there's a lot of water rights right there sitting vacated right now that you guys might want to take a look at, going to the state engineer and having them prove you're using it for beneficial use, or forfeit it back into the state's possession. That would eliminate a lot of water rights right there that are on the books. But I don't understand why a utility that was awarded agriculture water rights for farming, and then they were turned into quasi-municipal rights, and now they claim they have 4,000 acre feet of water when there's no water to back up the 4,000 acres, or the other utility that claims they have over 20,000 acre feet, and there's no water to back up that claim. But with that claim, it's like we are ruled by lies here and deceit, because I don't think we have a proper inventory of the water, for one thing. And Dee Mounts, that is running for commissioner in my district, she brought this up at the commissioner debates, that one of her key points was to do a proper inventory of the water. To what do we really have? Do we have 12,000 acre feet? Do we have 1,000 acre feet? I don't know if we'd ever be able to get a specific number, but I'll tell you what, it was pretty sad when I was president of the private well owners cooperative, we had to donate $1,000 to a group of people here in order to fight the very board that was sitting up there before you guys and the state engineer's office and the state as a whole, in order to prevent them from coming in and, in a sense, overrunning us with rules and regulations that had nothing to do with preserving and protecting the water here in Pahrump. So I know some of you are from Amargosa Valley. I see Michael up there. He's from up in Tonopah. But we're all in this soup together. I mean, this is really an existential threat that we have going on. It's been going on for a long time. They're finding barrels with bodies in them in Lake Mead right now because the water has dropped so far.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. I appreciate it.
And there's no
I've
will.
extended your time.
There's no will, and their people upstate are up into Wyoming
Mr.
and
Lilly?
into
Mr. Lilly?
and into
It's
Colorado
time
are
to
building
stop, sir.
dams.
Mr. Lilly, that's enough. I've warned you. I extended your time. You've had extended time. Please, thank you. We appreciate your
Okay, well,
comments.
thank you guys again for serving, and I hope this time around we get some positive results.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
First name is Rashane. Do you want me to spell it?
Yes, please.
Richayne. The last name is Jenkins, Jenkins. I would just like to see if you guys could look into a question that I had asked my county commissioner and got a response back that it is not. If we are getting imposed another tax on private wells. Why in Nye County is the paper water rights, why are they not being taxed also? In other states around Nevada, they have started to do this. There's court rulings that they've been able to do. And they've turned it from, a private into a real property so they can be taxed. And if we're going to have more taxes added on to each private well, they're profiting extremely off of these water rights when they sell them to property owners that have no water. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And would you get that information to me on what you said other states were doing?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anybody else that would like to speak? Then I'll close comment.
Madam, I would like to ask in the future if we could switch items 7 and 6, if it's an idea you guys can live with. And the reason is it gives us ability to follow up. We've done that at the Board of County Commissioners and found it quite helpful. So I would like to follow up on the statement that was made by one of the public and say that Section 8's powers do include 8 Section F, to acquire by purchase, grant, gift, devise, lease, construction, contract, or otherwise, lands, right-of-ways, easements, privileges, water and water rights, and property of every kind, whether real or personal, to construct, maintain, and operate within or without the district. So, you're empowered to do all things, like nothing I've ever seen before. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. And really, I believe that the power that was given to this board supersedes pretty much any board I've ever seen with the amount. It's astounding to me, but we have it. I hope no one abuses it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think that was a great idea to switch 6 and 7. And I would like to thank everybody who comes to these meetings because I know that you care. I would like to thank them for their comments. Whether or not we agree with you or disagree with you, we are going to do what we can to best preserve the water in not only this basin, but throughout Nye County, to protect it from being harmed through chemical use, to protect it from being taken and sent to another valley. I believe this board is going to do things. We're not going to be afraid to do things. I'm not going to see us be afraid of anyone who comes up and threatens us or tells us something, because that's not the way to get things done. The way to get things done is to study things and move forward when you have definitive ways to go, and that's what we're going to do. I was on this board before. I thank Mr. Dankowski, if I said that correct, for being on this board before. Mr. Lilly and Mr. Basta, you guys have always, you've been on the board. You've always given us great comments. As you know, this is a thankless job. We are not going to make everybody happy. We are going to spend an awful lot of our own personal time to try and do what we believe is best. And that is what we are going to do. So we decided to let everybody speak a little longer today because of your past experience on the board. You're very knowledgeable. I hope that you continue to come to the meetings. I hope that you guys continue to give us positive feedback, whether you disagree or don't agree. We need to hear realistic reasons why, and that's all we're ever looking for on this board. Because not only were you board members, but you're also citizens. Thank you.
Any other member? And thank you, Mr. Locke. I think that we've portrayed here today as a board an openness to extend the time frame to members of the public to speak. We're here to represent the public, and I think that needs to be portrayed as quickly as possible. So I will now move to item number 8, ex parte communications and conflict of interest. Does any member have a disclosure to make?
Yes, I do. This is Bruce Holden. I was recently elected to the VEA Board of Directors. My term will start in the middle of June, so I don't feel there's any conflict with this board, but if in the future there's a conflict, I will have to recuse myself.
Thank you.
I'd like to state for the record, I do own water rights, a handful here in Pahrump and a few more in Amargosa personally, but if I see where I could be conflicted through that ownership, I will seek, legal counsel to see whether or not I'm affected any more than any other person, that lives as a citizen or as a water right owner. And I will do my best for full disclosure to make that public at that point in time if there's such an item that I feel has a potential conflict of interest. And if I see that there is a conflict that will be inevitable, I will recuse myself from that vote.
Yeah, this is Michael Locke. I have been an investor in Nye County for 20 years now. I own multiple properties. I have multiple businesses. I own water rights in northern Nye County. And I will do as Mr. Goodhart said, if there's anything that I believe will conflict in any vote that I would have to make, I will disclose anything and everything that I need to do. I believe that the board members here having interest in some of these things allowed us to understand these things for the past 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and I think it's actually very important. When I was on the board previously, I made numerous votes that went against anything that a developer or my own personal interest would have gained from, because it was in the best interest of this water board, and that's what I intend to do moving into the future, to make votes in the best interest of protecting water for Nye County.
Thank you, Mr. Locke.
And finally, yes, I definitely, you hear it all over town. I am supposedly conflicted because I have a well drilling company and sell water rights. Well, in fact, I feel like I'm bringing that knowledge just like each of you do. We come with the knowledge that we apply, and we make sure we never cross that line of ethics. And that's what we've all stated and how we will all operate. So I see nothing on this agenda that I would have a pecuniary interest in, and I thank you.
Thank you. And the disclosure I have is I sit as the secretary for the Private Well Owners Association. I don't see ever having a conflict other than supporting private wells in the valley. But thank you, everyone. I appreciate your disclosures. Moving on to item number 9, for possible action, discussion, deliberation, and possible decision on the election of officers of the Nye County Water District, establishing term of office. Motion second, and to poll the board must be polled, and I will poll the board. We'll open A as chair. Is there a motion?
I'd like to motion for Helene Williams to become chair.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Can we call for the vote?
Please call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye, Mr. Locke.
Aye.
And I will abstain. Motion carries. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to make a motion for the vice chair,
Thank you.
for Ed Goodhart to be the vice chair.
Point of order, you did not call for public comment.
He's not wrong.
I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Boster.
Okay, you had a 3-1 vote. That failed. A vote has to be the majority of the board. The majority of 7 is 4. The bylaws inserted the word present, which was a violation because you cannot amend what the legislature has adopted. Mr. Tim Sutton brought me the Assembly Bill 222.
I don't believe that has anything to do with what you're
Excuse me,
stating.
you called Mr. Sutton in to bring me a copy. He brought me a copy, and the copy he brought me specifically says that the majority of the board, that means the majority of 7, it has to be a vote 4-0. Any action you take today has to be a vote 4-0. The bylaws that were adopted
Thank you,
is
John.
void.
John,
Thank you.
We understand that.
Chair that's not elected yet, I'd like to call for a break. I'll bring Manager Sutton in since he's your setting manager.
Excuse me,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
There you are.
Madam
Jabor.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Greg
Just
Dankowski.
No,
fine.
Greg, hold on a
Minute break.
second.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruce Jabor.
It's in writing.
I would like to, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Currently, you have a board of 4. I would like to remind the acting chair that it is inappropriate to make a motion or second the motion on your own behalf. However, it is absolutely appropriate for you to vote once a motion is made. You do not have to recuse yourself. So that will change the dynamics of what was just said.
And
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll move to the rest of the public hearing and we'll re-vote.
So just start right on 9 again.
Pardon? Okay. Okay, we're going to start item 9 again for possible action. Discussion, deliberation, and possible decision on the election of officers for the Nye County Water District, established term of office, motion second, and we will poll the board. Do I hear a motion? We will open the public comment, sorry.
Thank you. My comment's brief. I would just like to tell the board to listen and take advice from Mr. Locke. Not only was he a past board member, he's a fairly smart critter, and it would help the board following Mr. Locke's lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment from the public? I will close public comment. Oh, sorry, Commissioner. I'll reopen public comment. Commissioner.
Good morning, Board. Tim Sutton, S-U-T-T-O-N, Nye County Manager. Commissioner Strickland just wanted me to state for the record that, I'll tell you what happened. I was watching the proceedings of this board in my office. I heard Mr. Bostick get up and make his comments. I'm familiar with the Water Governing Board Act and knew that his comments were not correct, and so I notified Commissioner Strickland of that, and then on my own decided to go in and print that off and hand that to Mr. Bosta. So apparently, I didn't hear the rest of it because I was talking with Commissioner Carboni, but apparently he made a statement that Commissioner Strickland directed me to do that, but she did not. So that's it.
Just
Thank
for a
you.
point of clarification, Mr. Sun, I think I'm just brand new to the board here, haven't even been appointed to a position here. I basically, any type of special elevated position on the board, but his contention, I believe, is because the act basically predicated a 7-member board, that anything that would have a majority would be a majority of the total number of board seats, not of the members present. Is that correct?
That's incorrect as well, because
Okay.
that rule, I know what he's talking about, that rule only applies to elected board members, not to appointed board members.
So it would just be, in the future, for our, point of order here, it'd just be a majority of the members that actually showed up that were in attendance at that particular meeting?
That's correct.
Right, thank you, sir.
So you have sufficient to have a quorum of this board because you have 4.
Right, so once you meet that minimum quorum, then it'd be a simple majority of that quorum that's present, not of the total board members
That's
that
correct.
may or may not be there.
That's correct.
Okay.
And you guys have your name tags mixed up. I don't know if you knew that, but.
Here you go, Mr. Locke.
Oh, I apologize.
Big shoes to fill.
Goodness gracious. Okay, let's reopen the discussion for a motion for chair.
Yes, I would like, this is Mr. Locke, I'd like the motion for Helene Williams to become chair of the board.
I'll second the motion.
Can we call for the vote?
Call for the vote?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Locke, I'd like to motion for Ed Goodhart to be vice chair.
I'd like to second the motion.
There's a motion and a second. Call for the motion, call for the question, I apologize.
should you call for public?
public comment
Oh,
first.
I think it was on the
I
whole,
think we did public
did it
comment
already.
already on this agenda item. Do we
Did all
need
of
to
it?
redo it?
Okay, good.
because she read the whole item, everything.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Okay.
Aye.
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 This is Mr. Locke. I'd like the motion for Bruce Holden to become Secretary Treasurer.
I'd like to make a motion that Mr. Locke be Secretary Treasurer since he has
There's a motion on the
experience.
floor. We can't have a second motion when there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second to the first motion?
I second that motion.
There's a motion and a second for Mr. Holden to be the secretary. Voting, Mr. Holden,
Nay.
Mr. Locke,
Aye.
Helene Williams, aye,
Aye.
and we're a 3-1 vote, so
That's fine.
we're fine. Thank you.
Mr.
Motion
Holden,
carries.
I do appreciate your motion, but my wife will tell you I'm a terrible secretary.
Okay, item number 10, announcements, correspondence and announcements. I don't believe there are any announcements. Correspondence, we did receive a billing for the domain for the Water District Governing Board. We've turned that over to staff and they're going to look into it. When domains for websites go out, you're all aware that you get bills from just about everybody that can try and bill you for money. So we'll follow through with that and make sure that it is affiliated with the Water District. We'll move to item 11 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to review and adopt the Nye County Water District Governing Board bylaws and revise on that was revised on December 14th, 2020. I'll open public comment. Mr. Boster, you have 3 minutes. Please spell your last name.
Pardon?
Would you spell your last name for the record?
My last name is Bosta, B-O-S-T-A. Again, I request that my comments are reflected in the minutes, and I submit a copy of my prepared documents to be included in the minutes of this meeting. June 8, 2007, Nevada Legislature adopted Assembly Bill 222, Chapter 542, an act relating to the water, creating the Nye County Water District. Mr. Sutton took and said that the majority is the members present, and I'd like to point out to you that in subsection 9 further states that the simple majority of this board is the majority of the members. Mr. Sutton cannot change legislation that was adopted by legislature. The only thing that this law says, which is different than the Las Vegas or the Lincoln County, is instead of it being an elected board, is appointed by the county commissioners. And if you don't like something that you do, it can be appealed to the county commissioners. But this is the same as the elected boards of Las Vegas and Lincoln County. It is specific in the act that the majority is defined as the present of the members of the board. And when they adopted the bylaws for this district, the word present was submitted. And the resolution to collect a $5 fee was voted 3-2. And that was an incorrect vote. You have collected money since 2012 on a void document. It was not approved by the majority of this board, and it was not approved by the county commissioners. And now you want to take and play games about what the act says? And when Mr. Sutton stood here and said, this is not an elected board, well, it's also, it might be appointed, but you've got to take a look at the legislation and not what Mr. Tim Sutton tells you that's in the law. And basically what he's doing is he's amending what state legislature has adopted. And the Dillon rule means that you have only those powers given to you by the bill and is being ignored. The other fact is that you have a liaison from the county commissioners, and they don't sit here and direct what goes on in this meeting. They're supposed to simply be here in case they are asked for advice, but they are just advertently giving advice, and they're directing the chairman to follow their direction. And I'm sorry, but it's not proper.
Thank you, Mr. Buster.
Here's a copy that I want included in the minutes. And
I'll set it right over there, Mr. Buster, and I'll pick it up. Thank you.
Mr. Basta, I'd like to say a comment, if I may, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Basta, I know you care deeply about the things that we're going to be discussing on this board, and I know you've been on the board, and I know you're liking yourself to being an attorney. But I will tell you one thing this board will not do. This board will not bend over backwards, and this board will not be told every NRS that you want to read and every little thing you want to pull up from 2007 and 2012 that we're doing wrong or that you believe we're doing wrong or that we can't do. We're going to do things. We're going to ask our district attorney. We're going to ask people that are attorneys whether or not what we're doing is legal or not. If you have an issue with that beyond that, I would tell you, you need to take that up and adjudicate that in any way you feel the need to. But you're going to get a lot further with this board by not coming up here and trying to infer that we have no idea what we're doing and that everything we're doing is wrong. Because I can tell you, I don't appreciate it. I don't want to spend my time listening to it. I will, because you have every right to do that. You have every right to use your 3 minutes for that. But I think it could be used in a more positive manner in working with us than not against us. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to remind everybody in this room and those that are listening, and we don't have call-in available, but people are able to listen through Granicus. We are directed by Chapter 542. I have a copy of that here. I will always carry a copy of that. I have a copy of the bylaws. I will always carry that. We will be directed by the bylaws and by Chapter 542. Mr. Lilly.
Yes, Dwight Lilly again, L-I-O-L-Y. I appreciate Michael Locke's comments there, because I would never imply that you guys didn't know what you're doing. However, we're dealing with legislation here, and I would hope that the board, after this meeting, would meet with the attorneys from the Legislative Council staff or whoever else could make a determination on issues that keep getting brought up. Example, the $5 parcel fee, whether it's a tax or whether it's a fee, whatever the issue is, we're obviously paying it, and we need to fund the board here. Any issues having to do with the legitimacy of passing bylaws, I would hate to see that we're going down the road of the path to solving the water problems, only have it thrown back in our faces because somebody raises an illegal question in a lawsuit that we are illegitimate as a county in our action. So I'd ask the chairman and you guys to please seek out some type of legal opinions that you could set to rest once and for all, either one way or the other. And if there has to be something done to fix the fee structure to make it legal looking, then do that too, so that we could go on. And we obviously have to fund the operations here. We've been meeting down here for years as a board, making decisions. So we have to. I think it might be a good point, since the board's just now getting formed up, to put some of these questions to bed once and for all, one way or the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly, and I'll remind you that if you review Chapter 542, and Commissioner Strickland actually read the section in 542, the authority this board has is listed in 542. We are following that. For years, this board has followed that, and for comments to have been made that we are illegitimate is inexcusable in my personal opinion. I would again call for the decision of the board on item 11 on the adoption of the Water District Governing Board bylaws.
Hello, this Bruce Holden. I had a question before the vote. The copy that you gave me was dated, I think, 2012, and then it says revised 2020, and there was nothing in there that showed what was new.
The only change that was made was in the question of the board shall have county council as legal counsel, or they may seek another legal counsel, and it said shall, and I requested in 2020 that it be changed to may, because it was forcing this board to have legal counsel as the district attorney's office, and the district attorney felt that they didn't have enough time, let alone knowledge, of being able to handle water issues, and they would prefer that we would have legal counsel that would understand the water issues a little better. And so that was the only change. It was the word from shall to may.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for the question.
I just had a quick question too, and the point that Mr. Basta brought up, and like I said, I don't want to get sidetracked, but I mean, what's the appetite of the fellow members just to have, say, Mr. Sutton reach out to LCB and just reaffirm that the way in which the enabling legislation was set up does follow through, that it's just a simple majority of the quorum that's present? How would that be too much to ask? They may allay John Basta's concerns, and sometimes where I'm at, it's easier to cut or measure twice and cut once.
I think that'd be appropriate. Is the board comfortable with
No,
that?
I clearly agree with that, because if we're going to meet a few more times before any more board members are appointed, we want to make sure that everything that we're voting on is done correctly. So we will get that legal opinion, and we will get that before our next meeting. And on that, what you were stating, I don't believe the district attorney's office is set up to be able to handle most of the issues that come before us. So I do believe that we do need to search out very good legal representation so that we have people that we can ask these questions and who will give us a defensible opinion on the things that we're going to do as a board, because a lot of these things are to be set in stone, not to be changed or overruled. So I think I'd like to put that as an agenda item, that once we have a manager, that we will go out and seek outside legal counsel for this board to specifically answer these questions.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Lorena in Tonopah.
Yes, Lorena, thank you.
In the meantime, I believe I do have an opinion from the district attorney's office, and it is not specific to the Water District Board, but it is in general elected versus appointed quorums. So I can forward that to you, and you can apply that if you'd like before you have your own legal counsel in place to ask these questions.
Thank you. That'd be wonderful if you do that.
You're
We'll forward that to all the board members.
Okay.
Moving forward, I'll close the public comment.
So just to be clear, the change in that review was just that word.
That word, yes.
Then I motion to accept and adopt that revision.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second that.
Aye.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then,
Aye.
and just as a follow-up, excuse me, John, just for 1 second, as a follow-up,
She did, and she just closed it, John. She said it on, you can go back to the minutes. She went back to the minutes. You just spoke. You just spoke when we started this item, you came up and spoke, and you gave us your big dissertation. Did you or did you not? I asked you a question.
Mr.
John, I'm going to
Basta,
ask you to
please
sit down.
We don't have 5 members.
Sit down, Mr. Basta. This is a board of 7 members. 4 is a quorum, Mr. Basta, and we don't need a supermajority to approve the bylaws. Thank you. We will move forward.
okay, as a point of just a clarification here too, when we So far, it seems, in my opinion, or my recollection of the decisions we've made, we've had a unanimous 4 here. So theoretically, even if we didn't have all 7, we are still a majority of the 7 total members.
You are 100% correct in that.
Thank you. I'm going to poll the board for this question. Mr. Locke,
Aye.
Mr. Goodhart,
Aye.
Bruce,
Aye.
thank you, Mr. Holden, and Helene Williams is aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll move to item 12 for possible action, discussion, and deliberation to approve advertising for position for a county manager under a professional services agreement, PSA, between Nye County Water District Governing Board and said individual not to exceed amount of $50,000 for fiscal year 2022 to 2023, effectively July 1, 2022.
This is Mr. Locke. So I read the backup of that, and I was, previously on the board where we had a general manager. And, my problem back in that day was that the general manager dictated what this board does instead of the board letting the general manager know what it is that we wanted the general manager to do, and then the general manager went out and did that for us. And that's where I think everything kind of went sideways, is that one person was telling a 7-member board what they were going to do, and the board was just doing whatever his whim was. I didn't like the way it was structured personally. I'm okay with the 50,000 not to exceed, but I'd just like to see it be a monthly contract. I don't want this person to believe that it's a matter of when they're on the clock, when they're off the clock. This person, whoever it will be, will serve at the pleasure of this board. And if the board doesn't believe that this person is doing their job, then the board will have the right to, find a new general manager. And so I think we need to, what I would do is I would go out and do a $42,000 a year salary, which is $3,500 a month, and leave $8,000 for driving expenses, for other expenses, so that you probably won't exceed that 50,000 unless there was something that we had to adjust accordingly because there was an issue that got larger than that. And I just think we'll have it'll be somebody who's more committed to doing what this board needs, and then we can see how much of a secretarial side that is needed to go along with this.
So are you proposing, instead of an annual type of position, it would be a position for a year duration, but it's basically based upon a month-to-month approval?
I would make it a 90-day.
Okay.
I would make it something where they had the right to tell us 90 days in advance, or we had the right to tell them. And I mean, it's something where if you have an employee that's not doing well, you usually sit them down and you explain to them, this is what we would like, and they're either going to change or they're not. But I wouldn't want to be committed to somebody who,
Or you'd have to pay out the full, to find out they're not doing a good job, and now you still got 8 months you got to pay for them when they're not here. So,
and if we choose the right person, I don't think that we're going to have somebody who's going to want to stay around if that isn't the case. If it's not working, it's not working.
I think that 90-day is good because, Nevada is a work-at-will state, so it can be terminated on either end at will by either the employer or employee, right? So if we give that as subject to a 90-day notice that can be terminated, that would relieve the board the liability of having to pay them out for the full term or the full year.
Yeah, and I also think that we don't set a term, an annual term. I think that the general, because we don't know when we're going to find a general manager. It could be a month, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 8 weeks. I think that general manager's year term would start at the meeting that they're voted in. I mean, that's when the term starts. So whatever meeting that is, we run 12 months from that meeting. And that just makes it easier because we don't know what that's going to be.
So this is going to be an annual contract reviewable in 90 days.
With what you would call almost a 90-day out clause in the event that it's not working.
I just want to get a little clarification on this. There could be a delay of several weeks between us approving and all the paperwork signed. So should it be us approving, or should it be everybody that has to sign signed and it's official and they're on the payroll?
I believe the board would have to approve. In my opinion, it needs to be a board decision.
No, I know that, but when you're saying the year's time, do we want to say the year starts when the board approves it, or the year starts when the person is
The actual
all
effective hire
paperwork
date,
is
The signing of the
completed
contract.
and they're officially on the books?
I understand the signing of the contract date. Would that be correct?
That would seem more appropriate than a board approval date.
Okay, I think we just need to look at how close those dates are. If it's something that can be within 3, 4, 5 days, then I don't think that's an issue. If it's something that's a couple weeks, then I do agree. But
It's government. It's probably a couple of weeks.
well, they're working as an outside
Well, I realize that, but
for us, so they're not really so it's a pretty, again, we'll have to look at the specifics of that, and we will determine whether or not that is that date or 2 weeks after the date. Personally, I'd like to go out for this general manager ASAP as soon as we can post this for however long we need to post this. And then I'd like us to look through the job applicants, and as quickly as possible, I'd like to have somebody sitting in the seat over there so that when we have this next meeting and we give direction to or the meeting after that or whatever it is, we give direction to the general manager, they're off and running. Because this board has not been around for a while and we have a lot of catch up to do. So those first couple months, that general manager, whoever it is, has got a lot of work to do.
Yes, actually, the last meeting was July 26th last year. Almost a year that this board has sit with nothing being done. So I will go ahead and open public comment before there's a motion. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Greg Dankowski, Dankowski. I agree with what most of them with Mr. Locke has been saying and pushing up there. I want to, from an historical background on this, being up there during the most intense, heated time in Nye County Water District history, when I was engaged in that all the way up to Carson City with the state engineer. It's good to hear that maybe we can get the head in charge of the body instead of the tail leading the head and leading the body. What a concept to have somebody lead the discussion instead of being led around by a general manager, and the influences that were pressed upon him by a county commissioner that he lived with. So I'm all in favor of leading the general manager to what the board wants done. Personally, it was a very difficult time for me, an uphill battle. I had many arguments behind the scenes, trying to get something done, trying to just use common sense. Common sense was not very prevalent when I was on that board, dealing with general managers and natural resource directors and such, and other county people. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? I'll close public hearing, bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure?
I have a lot of question about this. So I just want to be able to understand this. So it's still a year's contract, but if the board or the contractee decides to terminate, either side can terminate with 90 days notice?
Yeah, the fee schedule's set for a year. So, in other words, you're going to pay that amount for a year. But if for some reason something isn't working, it gives both sides an out. Because
But it's 90 days notice.
Yes.
So if
Either
the
party.
either party decides it's not working, they can give 90 days notice and the contract is ending. But if nobody gives notice, it runs for a year.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure of the board.
Point of clarification, I haven't done this before, but I just want to make sure that if there are any type of NRS statutes that apply to how long we have to notice the position that's open, does it have to be in, more than one publication besides being presented, at 2 or 3 locations around the county? Just that we look into that, and we make sure that we follow the particulars on what may be required in terms of posting, quote unquote, a legal a notification of opportunity.
Strickland, you could request that the publication go broader, let's say like published on the website for DWR, would be really smart. So that's what I would suggest. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll follow the normal county process. I think that's the best way to go, with advertising the time frame of when the applications close, when it can be brought back to the board, and the process the board can take, and we'll give that to all the board members so that they have that available and aware of the time frame.
But let me ask one more question. That's the way we want to go, but being that it's a professional services contract, we could just pick someone right out of the hat. I mean, we wouldn't even have to go through this public notification process. Is that correct?
Assistant Manager, are you there in Tonopah?
I believe it would be on the agenda.
Did you hear the question posed by the board member?
Can you? I think I did. So the contract, if you find somebody to fill the position, the contract would still need to come before the board as an agenda item.
Yeah, I think my question was a little bit different. We're making every intention here publicly stating that we are going to put it out to the public, and do a very public outreach, solicit input. But my point was, from what I've been told in the past, and I may be wrong, but since it's actually for a professional services agreement, if the board wanted to do so, it'd have to, of course, be done through a board process, but it could be done without even having to go with any type of public solicitation for applicants. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments?
Trying to figure out how to make a motion. If we don't have to go out, I don't want this to be a long period of time. I would like to, well, actually, I'd like to hear what Mr. Basta has to say, if it's relevant to this.
Does that mean that you're reopening public comment because you closed it?
We did close public comment.
Before we have more public comment, can I ask one question?
Yes.
I have a change that I would like to make to this. So if we have a vote on the current proposed change to it, does that preclude an additional change?
Why don't you give some input on
Okay,
the direction, and then the
there's
motion can include it if
there's no qualifications listed, and there's just one pay level. I think that's inappropriate. I think there should be a minimum qualification listed and a pay range based on qualifications. For example, if we said the minimum qualifications was a high school graduate and 5 years of applicable experience, and we have somebody with 30 years experience and a master's degree in, water resources, are we going to pay those two people the same amount? I don't think so.
I believe, if you're looking for discussion, I believe we are paying them the same amount, because I don't want somebody with a master's degree in water rights. That would mean nothing.
Water resources.
Doesn't matter. I don't care what it's their master's degree in.
Applicable
I
degree.
Speaking from being on this board, what we need is somebody who can follow our direction, who's tenacious in finding information when we need it found, who doesn't listen to the first person but asks 6 people so that we get the right answers. We had somebody who believed that they were a water expert that wagged us everywhere they wanted to tell people where to go. And I'm not going down that road. This money doesn't pay enough for somebody. And I want somebody who's retired, who has all of this experience, and they're kind of doing this as something to do. I want this to be somebody who's lived in Nye County, who knows Nye County, who cares about Nye County, and is going to do what this board asks us to do. I don't want there to be any qualifications. I know people that haven't graduated from high school, and they're brilliant individuals. They're terribly successful, and I want to interview or see who comes forward. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, I don't think we need to put qualifications down, because that could preclude some people with maybe non-traditional experiences and successes that would then thereby be locked out of the process. Just leaving it to the professional, bureaucratic, elitist, college-educated class, which I think we're all about common sense and the real people in the real world. So I concur with that. And I believe that if a person with higher qualifications wants to apply for the job and it's stated at $3,500 a month plus expenses, no one's telling anyone how much, that they are willing to work for. That's what the job pays, and you could have a wide variety of people based upon different circumstances in their life may wish to apply for that job with a wide variety of different educational experience levels, but I don't want to put minimum qualifications out there. If I had done that in my private business, I would have been precluded from hiring some of the best people that ever I had the privilege of working for me.
Yes, I'd like to comment. I put the agenda together, and this item was put and developed the way it was because I felt that we needed to put out there what we wanted, what the responsibility would be of the individual. They can submit to us what their qualifications are. Many, many times I've seen people with master's degrees slap everybody else around because they don't have master's degrees and being very inefficient in their position. And I've seen people with 20 and 30 years experience in a job without any degree that is so much more qualified. So I just wrote it the way I wrote it so that it was requesting what we were looking for as a board, because I was on this board with the past manager and I found it extremely uncomfortable to sit with a board that just had their tails wagged for them, and it was inexcusable behavior. And that's why I brought it to the commission to remove the board at that time, because we were not doing what we're required to do by law. So, Mr. Boster, I'm going to open public comment again, but I will tell you this. You have 3 minutes, and I don't want any accusations, and I don't want any suggestions of where you're going to take it. Go ahead. Turn your mic on, please, and spell your last
John
name.
Bosta, B-O-S-T-A.
Thank you.
The board member brought up the very issue I wanted to talk about. I believe before you go out and advertise for a job, you should have a job description such that people could look at the job description and decide if they wanted to apply. What you're doing is you're saying, we want to hire somebody, but we don't have a job description.
Did you read the backup, Mr. Basta?
Mr. Buster, you are asked a question.
Did you read the backup, John?
No, I did not read the backup, and there's no backup here in the meeting for me to read.
There is.
Where?
There was a backup. There was a
Where's the backup?
There was a link of a job description.
Okay.
It was online.
Oh, you have a job description.
We do have a job description.
That answers the question. That's what you should advertise.
Okay.
Thank you. Pleasure of the board. I'll close the public comment. Pleasure of the board.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we advertise the job description as you had it in the backup, where the term, where the term, it will be determined by the time the date the contract is signed or the date that we vote, whichever is latter. And that the pay will be $3,500 a month, paid in twice a month on the 1st and 15th of the month. And those are the only changes I have.
I have a second to the motion.
That also included the 90-day out clause. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to, yes, amended that way.
I second the motion.
The motion's been made and second. I'm going to poll the board. Mr. Holden?
Nay.
Aye.
Mr. Locke?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen, and aye. It's a 3-1 vote. Thank you. Move to item 12. Possible action, discussion, and deliberation to approve advertising for a position for administrative assistant part-time position with no benefits contract, not to exceed amount of $15 per hour for a minimum of 12 hours per week, not to exceed $20,000 per year for fiscal year 2022 to 2023, effective July 1st, 2022.
Board Chair, just as a point of clarification, it's item 13 that you just read, not item 12.
I apologize, item 13.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we have it correct.
Thank you. I'm going to open public comment on this. Do I hear any public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. The pleasure of the board.
I'd like to propose a change from $15 to $18 an hour. I think if we want a qualified person that's for a very few hours a week and no benefits, I think $15 an hour is inadequate for the type of person we're looking for.
I don't disagree with what Bruce had just said. I would like to postpone this advertising until such time as we find a general manager. I think that the general manager will have a better understanding of what they would like to do in this position so that we can make sure that they work together, because I think that's very important. And I think that until such time as we have a general manager, I'm not sure how much we're going to have for this person to do. It's not. I don't think it's bad that we go out, but there may be some synergies with the county that we can find for an individual that's worked there, or there may be maybe another way to do it. But I think that's the cart before the horse if we move on this position until we have a general manager.
Do we have any staff comment?
Madam Chair, this is Lorena. I just want to advise the board that Nye County administration is extremely limited on staff and resources right now, so it'll be minimal of what we can provide support to the board at this time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner?
May I, Chair? Assistant Manager, how much difficulty are we having placing administrative staff, especially part-time at this time?
Well, I think right now we've got one position that's open. I don't believe Sam has advertised for that. She is in the middle of training and transitioning duties as training progresses. So, yeah, the one position though we're really not concerned with at this time because of the amount of time that she's putting into training.
Thank you. Any further comments?
It sounds what Mr. Locke had stated was that there's going to be a lot of interfacing and working together between the gentleman we hire as far as the manager and that assistant. So I think if we could first get the manager and then include him on the interview hiring process for the assistant, I think it's going to allow for a more cohesive start to the whole deal.
then I would suggest that we table the item until after we've got a manager hired so that we can move forward afterwards. Is that acceptable to the board?
Yes.
I'd like to motion we table this item until such time as we found a general manager.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 14, presentation, discussion and review of the Pahrump Master Plan. This item was put on there so that really the problem I've seen and the problem I've heard throughout the community is that the master plan just isn't doing what it should be doing. And I think this is a direction that should probably wait until we do have a manager, but it's out there, and I think we need to make sure that the public is aware that it's something that is going to be reviewed and that the board will have the opportunity to review it. So if anyone would like some discussion on this, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I have a question. Reviewing the master plan, now I'm new to this, so a lot of this is new to me. I mean, I know a lot about water, but, you know, the master plan is certainly some questions. It says municipal water rights, 31,000 acre feet and use of 4,000 acre feet. Who exactly owns the municipal water rights, and why is it 31,000 acre feet?
Go ahead, Mr. Locke.
All right, so I'm going to use rough numbers in answering your question. There's approximately 80,000 acre feet that were appropriated to this basin. You know, we've been told over the years that there's a 12 or 20,000 acre foot recharge. So what they're saying when there's 31,000 acre feet, they're banked with Great Basin utilities, Pahrump utilities, and desert utilities. And that's where those 31,000 sit. Now, those 31,000 acre feet are not used in an acre foot per acre foot. So they don't use the nearly 800 gallons on all those. They use, so each house, we have averages. We have all these statistics. Each house uses 260 gallons of water. So if an acre foot was appropriated for that, but they only use 260, they're really using 30% of the water. Now, they're holding that water. The way it works is a municipality doesn't have to prove beneficial use because it's banked in their tariff area. So it sits underneath them, and I'm sorry, I'm only staring at because he asked the question, but it sits underneath their utility. It's kind of a way to hide proving beneficial use. So there was a big problem in 2015. The state, because of what was going on the board and because of what everybody was barking and screaming about, the state, had to come down on people to prove beneficial use. So what we had going on in Pahrump was people were just flooding areas, just pumping water out of 10-inch for a month straight, not growing any crop, just spinning a meter so they could show the state person that shows up, look, I used my water. Now, did they use their water appropriately? Well, most common sense folks would say no. But what they did is they created a cone of depression in the water in that area, and they lowered the water to the point where wells were having issues because they were pumping at such a high rate that they would never even do if it was a crop. But if you want to go adjudicate that in court, the guy's going to stand before a judge and say, Judge, when I flood my land with a foot of water, I get a great crop the next year. Judge isn't a farmer. He's just going to say, there's no one to tell you how to farm. You just used it. So what happened from then is all this stuff was getting banked because then we worked on a whole number of ways to not have to waste water to prove a beneficial use. And the one that everybody went to was to bank it with utilities. But the important thing is sometime in 2016-17, when I was on the board, we passed a 3-to-1 motion. Well, the motion didn't pass 3-to-1, that you had to give up 3 water rights for every one that was being used in actuality. Because the problem in Pahrump was 15,000 acre feet of agricultural rights that people have the right to use one for one. They could pump 15,000 acre feet. They have that right. But if they wanted to take that agricultural right that they were given for agriculture and move it to quasi-municipal in any commercial way for single-family homes, for anything else, they had to give up 2 of those because that would bring that 15,000 down to 5,000. And that was the single one way to save more water in Pahrump, was to get rid of 10,000 acre feet that could be pumped at 10,000 acre feet. So there's a whole bunch of things we're going to go through on this board in the next 2, 3, 4 months. Because we have to go back and make sure that's all been done correctly since that was instated. We've got to make sure that people are giving up 3 to 1 on any development that's gone through. We need to make sure in the future all of that goes on. And so there's a whole bunch of things we need to do. We need to look into how long these municipal people can sit on these water rights. We need to look into, is that legal? We need to look into all that stuff. And that's all part of what we're going to be doing.
Well, thank you for that explanation, but a follow-up question. I mean, I know they're not using them in a potential, it's no foreseeable use in the future, but as far as public appearance, it really looks bad to have this huge amount of water rights that's above the natural infiltration. Is there some way that once they're in the municipal, they can be, if they're not going to be used, canceled?
Well, when we have really good legal representation, we will ask that question to that individual. I am not the attorney. I will tell you that that's a fight. But that's all, look, our job as a board is to look for a management plan that makes sense. How do we manage all of this? And we did a lot of this when I was on the board with Mr. Dankowski. And we laid this all out for Jason King before he instituted 1293. And we were getting those numbers within 10,000 acre feet of actual usage. Because that's a number you can work with. You can figure out how to then work. But when you're talking about 80,000 acre feet versus 20,000 acre feet, none of it makes any sense. So, yeah, it all has to be done. That's going to be what this board has to do.
What doesn't look good is whether it's private use, private wells, agricultural wells, is when someone is under the opinion, use it or lose it, and they're pumping water 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and it's going on right now in this town. And there's a little jungle out there, and water's running like a little river. I've got photos that were sent to me last week, and this has been going on for years because of the opinion of, if you don't use it, you lose it. And so where is DWR when it comes to conservation? Where does that put us as a board when it comes to conservation? Where does it put the county commissioners when it comes to conservation? And so we definitely have issues that this master plan needs to address.
And I think what happened originally was, excuse me for interrupting, but the Nevada water law was predicated many, many decades ago when you had all of this appropriation taking place basin by basin. What they didn't want to do was have a person back in the day buy out the whole basin's water rights and sit on it and do nothing with it. And so they wanted, it was called a doctrine of beneficial use. They wanted to see the water utilized in a progressive fashion that would maximize economic benefits. And so what it did was that by the use it or lose it doctrine, it forced people to have to do something with that water. They just couldn't sit on it and be, king of the water rights for that valley and prevent anything from happening in that valley forever. Well, they never made a provision, and this is why when I was in the Nevada State Legislature, I said, why don't we go ahead and revisit something saying, if you're in a basin where your perennial yield or annual recharge is less than the appropriated water rights, and the current pumping level is at or above the annual recharge, then if there is a critical management basin that's designated, like this one is, the state engineer's office, upon the request from the local governing body, can suspend the use it or lose it doctrine. And by doing it, then you can tailor it to where you have basins like this, where you're not forcing people to pump the water, a scarce diminishing resource, in order for them to save their water rights. That's a very common sense piece of legislation, but that's something I think this board will be able to discuss going forward into the future.
I'm grateful to all of the board. I'm grateful to all of the board for the discussion here, because I think the public is starting to realize the direction that this board wants to go for the future of this community. And I think in the comments that have been displayed here under this agenda item proves that point. So any further
Can I ask
discussion?
another question? I know several years ago there was a lawsuit between the state engineer and I think it was the private well owners about cutting down the municipal, or for a house well. I think it was 2 acre feet and they wanted to go down to a 1/2 acre feet. Is all that legal issue been resolved, or it's still outstanding?
Yeah, it all failed.
So it failed and it didn't fail, because this is what in 1293, which got upheld through the Supreme Court, which I personally don't agree with. I believe it was a taking of people's water rights. So now we have, and that leads to a lot bigger problem for the county commissioners, unfortunately, is that we're taxing properties that people can't put a house on. So these properties are being taxed as the same as people 2 streets down, same exact price, yet they can't build a house unless they invest $20,000 in a piece of paper to have water moved from somebody who owns it to their property. But here's the big thing. If you want to do that, even if you want to pay for those 2 acre feet of water, the state is making you sign an agreement that you're agreeing that you will not use more than 500 gallons
A day.
for those 2 acre feet. So now you almost have 1,900 gallons of water that you can only use 500 of, or a little less than 30% of that water. And that's what the state is making these people do when they, now, has that been upheld? No. I mean, has anyone pushed it? Has the state metered it? No, 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 and no. But please bear in mind, everyone out there and everyone on this board, when you go to adjudicate something, you are looking at years and years and years to get it done. Nobody just says, oh, okay, you look right. I think we're just going to roll over because you said something. That will go to court. It'll go to another court, and the state is now setting up their own water court, which this board really, really needs to do a deep dive into, because my opinion is they're setting that water court up so that they adjudicate their own stuff.
Absolutely.
So that everything is already set. So anything you want to contest, it's written, you know how it's going to fall. And that's not good for the people in Nevada, and it's certainly not good for the people of Nye County. But that's going to be another thing for the general manager to dive into and get us information, because that has been set up since this board disbanded in July till now.
Yeah, and the general manager appointed himself to that board, stating that he was appointed by the Nye County Water District Governing Board when there's no motion that put him as a representative of Nye County on the committee to create the judicial court. So I've written several letters personally. I opposed the lifetime serving of the judge on that court. Gratefully, that was removed. And there are several other things that have been changed, but this is an issue that is extremely serious that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. I don't believe we need a state court. And if you look throughout the nation, very few counties, and I can give you the list, because as the water board, we were told by the manager that that's what all the counties are doing. Well, I started looking up what the counties really were doing and the states were doing, and the states are not forming these statewide water courts. And I think it's a very, very dangerous direction that the state is, or the judge is trying to take. I think we're in trouble if this happens. Any further comments? I'll close. You have anything further? I'll close 14 then.
Yeah, we could talk about this forever, so,
Yes.
and without it being specific on one topic, it's just
Absolutely.
open-ended.
Thank you. I'll close item 14. Moving on to item 15 for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding a request to set a date, time, and location of a public hearing to formally adopt the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 financial budget for Nye County Water District. Samantha?
Good morning, members of the Water District Board, and welcome.
Savannah, sorry.
No, you're fine. Savannah Rucker, for the record, RUCKER. We need to set a budget hearing for the final budget adoption, and the date recommended is the 18th of May, and that is a Thursday. So there's specific date requirements with which the final budget can be heard and adopted by the board, and that date falls within that date range.
How far out does that date range go?
So we can approve it between the third Monday in May and the last day of May. So that would be between May 16th and May 31st this year.
Not a big window.
No, not at all.
It's not a big window, and that date is available to use the chambers, and the chambers in Tonopah are available, and that's one of the things that when I set that date that we looked at for that. So it's kind of the only thing that really is available to us. So
Is that day on, you said May?
May 18th at 10 o'clock.
Is that a Wednesday?
It's
Yeah, I thought you said Thursday, but it's a Wednesday?
I apologize.
It is
No,
Wednesday.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry. I just said it again. Wednesday.
Yeah.
Does that date work for you, Ed?
Yep.
Bruce? Well, it's something we have to do, right, Savannah?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, well then, let's set that date.
And do you have a time for that?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, okay.
10 o'clock.
I'll open public comment.
John Boster, BOSTA. I have a question about the budget. Are you listing this as tax revenue, or are you listing this as fee revenue?
The water district has a fee that is attached to each parcel, so it is a parcel revenue.
Okay, so in other words, it's a fee per parcel is what is generating the money, and that fee was adopted by a 3-1 vote, which is a violation of Senate Bill 222, because it was not a supermajority of 5 approved by the county commissioners. And to move forward saying that we're collecting this fee as revenue, I think we would be collecting the money under fraud. Thank you.
Mr. Boss, the last time you came up, it was a 3-2 vote. Is it dropping each time? You just said 3-1 this time. I just want to keep it for the record.
Thank you. Thank you for the correction. In other words, it has to be a supermajority, 5 or more.
Okay, but last time you talked about this, spoke on this item, it was 3-2 vote, you told me?
That's correct.
Okay, this time you just said 3-1 vote. So I'm
Okay,
just not sure which one.
it was adopted. There were 5 people present at the meeting. There were 3 votes aye and 2 votes nay.
Okay, so
And the resolution was adopted, and that was not a correct majority of the board. It was not a supermajority.
okay, I just want to know if it's 3-1 or 3-2.
One more question for you, John Boss. I'm trying to
Yes.
still get a handle upon what you've been talking about here this morning. But you had stated originally that we had to have 4 members in the affirmative, since we had to have a majority of the entire 7 seats that the board was originally construed to consist of. but now you're saying it's beyond even that 4-vote majority of the membership seats at large. We have to have a supermajority, which
Sure.
in your case, the supermajority of that 7 would then be 5.
Okay.
And if so, what actions does the board take here that make it required to go from a simple majority to a supermajority?
If you look at the legislation,
I'm just asking you, apparently you've read it, so I'm asking you the
well, the
question.
thing is that there are about 3 areas where a supermajority vote is required. Then the rest of the time, it would be a vote of 4 or more. And what happened when they wrote the bylaws is that they substituted the word present after the majority, they inserted the word present, which changed the law. And I maintain that you cannot change law written by legislature. Thank you.
Mr. Buster, I have a question.
So in other words, I didn't get that answer, but that's okay.
Yes.
Yep. The county commissioners appointed 4 people to a 7-person board. So the majority of the 7 would be 4.
That's correct.
So a supermajority would be 4.
No, supermajority is 5 by definition of the bill. You do not have 5. The vote that you took on item number 11 was not a supermajority.
But you only have 4 members appointed, and you have
That's
no
correct.
other members
and if you
appointed.
remember,
based on
the statement was made is that it was a quorum. And when you go back to the appointment, they said that's fine. It is a quorum. It's
Thank
a
you.
quorum of 4. So any action you take today that requires a positive vote, it takes a 4-0 vote. If you take a look at bylaws, it requires a supermajority of 5, and you do not have 5 members. So action on number 11 is incorrect. And I'm just simply quoting to you the bill. You can read it yourself. And so you want to take and argue that I have an attitude that I believe I'm a lawyer and etc. I'm simply a citizen saying, let's follow the law.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Buster.
Comments made about me being an attorney was actually an insult to me.
Thank you. I'll close public comment again. Bring it back to the board. What is the pleasure of the board?
Well, I just wanted to comment on the bylaws that you sent out. There were certain things in the bylaws that requires a supermajority. I think one of them was if you wanted to buy water rights.
Correct.
So there's certain actions that require a supermajority, and since there's only 4 appointed members, at this time we couldn't take any of those actions that would require a supermajority.
And I'll be perfectly honest with you, I truly do not believe that the legislature or the lawmakers, however you'd like to determine it, would set up a board that could end up with 4 members appointed and not be able to take any action. It just does not make sense. And I really would like to reach out to everybody in this community. Give us the opportunity to do our job and to get things done. And I'll bring that back to the board.
Look, as we discussed earlier, we will have an opinion from an attorney on this issue before our next meeting. So there's no reason for any of us to sit up here and try and determine it. Let's just wait to see what we hear, and then we'll move on. We're not buying any water rights. We're not doing anything here at the meeting that wouldn't allow us to do what we're doing.
Thank you. I'd like a motion to set a date for the public hearing to formalize the fiscal year budget.
I'd like to make a motion that we set the meeting date on May 18th at 10 a.m.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. I'm going to poll the board. Mr. Holden?
Aye.
Mr. Locke?
Aye.
Mr. Godhud? Aye. And Mrs. Williams is aye. It's 4-0. Moving on to item number 16, district staff and liaison reports and finance. Savannah, we come to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Included in your backup is the Nye County Water District Fund Balance Report. And I'm going to go through each page and walk the new board members through what these pieces of information mean. And then if you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. So the first page of your backup, you'll see the Water District logo in the upper left-hand corner. This is your budget to actual fiscal year 2021-2022, budget to actuals. On the left-hand side, you see the fund number 61101. And what that is that's just the fund number in our financial system. It's not something you'll be tested on or required to memorize, but just for your information, that's what it is. The next column is the budget descriptor, and then the third column is the value. So you'll see beginning balance is $488,629. When the budget was adopted in May of last year for fiscal 22, that was our expected beginning fund balance. And you can see the next column over, you have actuals for beginning fund balance, and that actual value came in at $582,762. So what that means is that we budgeted more conservatively with beginning fund balance, and when we do that, it allows the governing body to be able to take action and augment to add additional projects or take care of any additional budgetary needs within the fiscal year. So that's a difference between budget and actual beginning fund balance. Most people call fund balance coffers or carryover budget. But it is essentially cash in the bank from prior years that was not utilized for water district services and can be utilized in future years. The next row is revenues. So we budgeted revenues at $292,690, and fiscal year to date through March 31st, we've received $253,322, which is 87% of our budgeted revenues. The revenues come from the per parcel fee at $5 per parcel, but also there's some investment income included in that as well. Typically, the water district sees a majority of the revenues received in the first quarter of the year, which gives ample cash flow in the first quarter of the fiscal year to continue operations throughout the year. The expenditure budget was $566,708. And we've expended year to date through March 31st, $122,913. This is really where the Department of Taxation and audit violations reside, as in the expenditure budget associated with any agency. You can see we are well below our legally adopted budget of $566,000, and that's primarily due to the transition of the board. The prior administrative assistant resigned, and then there was not a general manager for a period of time. So that's why you see those expenditures so low. On the left-hand side, you'll see contingency. So we do have the ability to budget for contingency, and that just allows additional funding is available to the Water District Board in the event that something else comes up that was unanticipated. We have contingency that we can lean on. And in all of my years working with the Water District, we've never leaned on contingency, but it is good to have it and not need it rather than need it and not have it. You'll see on the right-hand side on that same line is encumbrances. And what an encumbrance is a purchase order or some type of commitment associated with a contract. We do have several contracts that remained as they were, moving between boards, and that does include, we have legal counsel and a couple of other things that just paused until we got a new board in place.
Do you have a breakdown of those?
Yes, I can get those to the board. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'd like to see who we've been paying and if they've been doing anything, or what their agreements were.
Yes, absolutely. So the encumbrances are the open balances on these contracts. So I will send you that report, but I'll also send you a vendor report for the year so you can see who was paid. We do have the total summary on the next page, but it's not detailed line by line. So if the next page doesn't answer your questions, then I can certainly send the board any information that they desire.
Savannah, I have a question.
Yes.
The board signed contracts on, I believe it was July 26th.
Mm-hmm.
Those minutes have not been approved.
Okay.
Are those contracts legal? Do we know?
If the board executed them, then yes.
With that being said, when the board shut down in November. We have December through today. Are those contracts being paid?
No, the only payments that were made were services that were provided through the date that the board was dismembered. So we did have some straggler invoices that came in, but for the most part, work just stopped.
Okay, and then one other question. I noticed that under communications for February and March it was $1,200. And then in April it dropped down to 1,000, and then May it's been, well, we're not there. What is that for?
Let me finish with this page and then we'll jump to the next page.
Thank you.
The final row on this first page of backup is your ending fund balance. So we budgeted an ending fund balance of $197,610, and currently we're calculating an ending fund balance of $618,358. And that's primarily due to water district operations essentially ceasing over the last couple of months. But it is not atypical for the water district to spend far less than we budget and to roll over a decent amount of ending fund balance year over year. So any questions on that first page before we jump into?
For the record, Ed Goodhart, board member. You said the revenue was a function of two items, primarily parcel fees, but also you said there was a small component of investment income.
Correct.
Is that just a normal interest rate that's paid on a bank balance? Because, I mean, on a few $100,000, I mean, they pay you a fraction of a percent. So there's probably very little investment income, which brings me to the second part of that question. The revenue projection should have been based as a function of parcels. And if for that revenue to come in considerably less than projected, was because the number of parcels just didn't all of a sudden plummet overnight. Was that because we have some payments that are in arrears?
So I'll answer the first question with regards to investment income. There are two types of revenue generated, and you're correct, there is cash in bank that has a minimal interest rate, but also the Nye County Treasurer's Office invests all public dollars pursuant to statute and their investment policy, generating a unrealized gain and loss that's also recorded on a monthly basis. We have been taking a beating in the market, unfortunately, so they've been primarily losses in fiscal 22. And I'm actually pulling up the budget right now, so bear with me.
So you're saying this revenue might be less because we got the same amount from the parcels, but we're right here accounting for the unrealized loss in investments.
Yeah, partially. So the second part of your question was, why are we falling so short regarding parcel fees? We do see that in some cases, property taxes are not paid. That happens, and when that happens, of course, we do fall short. We do have a small payment that's received in the Water District Fund, typically on the fourth quarter payment for those people that are trying to get caught up before the new tax bill is sent out. So I expect we typically run between 95 and 97% received for the per parcel fee, and then investment income has been a loss this year.
So this money that was in the bank, they already went out to the markets and invested in the markets instead of just keeping it in the bank account. And it sounds to me like we suffered a pretty healthy loss on that.
Yes, that is correct. Fiscal 22 has been challenging with regards
Do we have an idea of how much of a loss we had on that little bit of money we had in the bank? And is it possible for us to say, hey, we don't want to gamble on the market, we've got a beginning balance, and we're going to determine a budget, and we don't want that budget to be, to get a wrench thrown in it based upon how the stock market's having to do?
That's a great question. That's a question I would direct at the Nye County Treasurer, and we are in transition in the Treasurer's Office. The former Treasurer resigned. The Board of County Commissioners appointed an interim treasurer, and as you all well know, election season is upon us. So as soon as we know who the winner is of the primary in June, the Board of County Commissioners may be able to take some additional action to help that office
Yeah,
managed
because
properly.
on such a short time frame, yeah, you take a beating, you know, if the market goes down. And all of these are annual budgets. So for me to think that you know, that'd be a great idea to take this money on a budget on a 1-year deal and throw it in the market. And oops, the market went down. Now we have less than what we thought our budget was going to be. That's not a real sound financial methodology, in my opinion. Also, I concur with Michael Locke's request for additional information on the amounts that were spent after the former board was dissolved. It'd be nice to get an amount per month of how much was actually expensed and to what items, and were they as a result of non-reoccurring charges? Were they just a continuation of a contract that still was in effect, whether or not there was a board there?
Absolutely. I will get that information for the board.
Thank you.
Do you have the actual number of what this board lost?
I just pulled it up. So we only budget for interest because unrealized investment gain and loss has been so hard to gauge. We've had a lot of turnover in the treasurer's office over the last 7 years since I've been here. But they're currently posting losses of $16,361 for unrealized gain and loss. And then interest income for the cash in the bank has yielded a $3,281 gain. So the net impact of that is a loss of $13,000.
Can you, on what number?
I'm sorry?
On how much invested is the 13,000?
I don't know that.
Well, it looks at the beginning balance, you're probably going to have an average of somewhere around, Michael, it looks like around 500,000 is what that's going to be on. I would.
Yeah, so as a percentage, we're sitting at 3%-ish.
I understand what you're saying. I don't know what percentage of the cash in bank is invested in the market and just set.
Right, yeah, we don't know what we lost money on and how much we lost on what we had in the market, correct?
Just to keep it clear to everybody, the treasurer is supposed to only invest in very, very very risk-adverse things like mutual funds, and he's not investing in Netflix. He's not supposed to invest in things that can spike and drop by 50% because he's investing all the county dollars, not just ours. So the 3% isn't going to have a big hit either way. But I do agree with you. If there's a way for us, we're not an investment group.
Right.
We would like to know what our budget is, but I think there's probably statute that it has to go into this pool and that it has to be part of that. I think we just need to watch it or see if there's a way that we can just keep it in a bank account.
And we don't know if that loss, when I look at 3,000 was on income, looking at what the banks are paying, I would say you probably had half to 2/3 of that balance sitting in a savings account, and that loss occurred on an investment that was probably less than 25% of that overall beginning balance. So, 3% on overall isn't bad, but if you multiply it by 4, they probably lost 12% on what they invested. But, usually they put them in bonds and whatnot, but I don't think that we're compelled as a district, and we're getting a little bit in the weeds, but I don't think we're going to be compelled to invest part of our budgeted money into investment accounts.
Well, at the county commissioners, the interim treasurer, I believe, made a statement. The income loss as of that meeting was $9 million.
I recall 8.
Was it $8 million? $8 million.
Yeah, and that's across all funds with all boards and including the elected town boards. There is statute. Member Locke was correct in stating that there's statute for pooled cash. So the treasurer's office has multiple bank accounts for different purposes, and then an investment bank account that's where these investment trades are made. And then the bank accounts held at Nevada State Bank that generates just your regular interest or where we pay our bills out of and maintain a small amount of cash for operating purposes compared to the investments. Last time I checked, we had about $155 million or so in the Wells Fargo investment account, and the Nevada State Bank balance was $10 million or so. So the majority of the funds are held in the investment portfolio at Wells Fargo.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do you want to continue?
Let's go to the next page of your backup. So the next page of your backup is titled Water District Expense Status Report. And so I present a budget that's a legal budget to the Water District Board, and then the Water District Board approves an operational budget. And usually the operational budget is less than, well, not usually, it always is less than the legally adopted budget. And this is a breakdown of how the Water District funds have been spent fiscal year to date. So you'll see there are individual groups. We have descriptions in the first column, budget in the second column. Then we have a breakdown of labor, materials, and other, and then the end balance, which is essentially your budget less all three of those other columns, and then your percent used over off to the far right. So that first grouping of expenses is your staff. So we have quality assurance, which has a budget of $2,000, but we haven't had any expenditures this fiscal year. We have Nye County staff labor, which includes John Klinke, which is the geoscientist that does lots of work for the Water District, as well as my team and I for the financial resources that we provide you. And you'll see that on the second line there, and we are 40% expensed fiscal year to date through March 31st. And that third line is Water District labor, which was the prior administrative assistant. And so the budget for that position was $77,000, and upon her departure, through her last payroll, she had been paid $44,660, leaving a balance there and providing some additional funding for future needs. That next,
real quick question: do you know when her last paycheck was?
I don't, but I can look that up for you if you give me just a minute.
Well, yeah, sure. If it only takes a minute, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll pull it up while we continue working through this. The next group is your contract, the contract staff that you have. And you have Oswickman, which was the former Water District manager, Kathy Gilmore, who provides, I believe, quality assurance, but don't quote me on that. Then we have our Kempfer Crow legal services line. We have our audit service line, which is for the financial audit at the end of the year. And then we have a contract with Jameson Geological. And you can see the values there that have been expensed fiscal year to date for each of those contracts. That next group is your operations, which includes a variety of expenses associated with operating a board, operating this board, including board stipends, equipment calibration, travel, training, memberships, etc. There are about 10 or 12 or so lines under the operations there, and you can see we've only spent in total 36% of that total operational budget, and that's due to the changes in the board. The next group of expenses are your baseline programs, and these programs include conservation events, water meter installations, etc. The Water District has spent $81 out of the $4,000 budgeted. So baseline programs have not really come to fruition this fiscal year, providing ample funding for this new board to do what they need. And then the bottom section of that graph, you'll see interim programs, and there's a variety of interim programs listed there, including baseline studies, engineering reports, etc. And the only expense that we've had fiscal year to date is on engineering reporting. And in total overall for interim programs, we've only spent 12% of the $75,000 budget. At the bottom of that graph, you'll see a grand total. We budget for operations $427,000. We've only used 29% of that throughout this fiscal year, which again provides ample funding for this board to move forward as they see fit, and also funding that will roll over into the next fiscal year for future programs that the Water District has.
Quick question.
Sure.
So if you budgeted for $427,000, but your revenue should have only been $300,000, was this a outlier budget, or was this a budget that was going to last for 1 year and going into the second year it would have been in a negative?
Well, we had ending fund balance that rolled over, so coffers, savings, etc., to use for one-time programs, such as the cloud seeding program. It would have been a one-time expense or one-time contract that may have been carried for multiple years. That's typically the best recommendation for those ending fund balance uses, and to have your operational budget, your day-to-day expenses live within the $300,000 revenues budget that's received for the Water District.
Well, I was going to have one more question on that, and that follows up on what Mr. Locke had asked. Because if your average revenue is 300,000 and you had, like you said, you had projected to spend 427, you're almost 30% over what your revenue is. So that's a quick way to deplete your funds. But you said a lot of that was going to go towards a one shot, which is good because you don't want to, increase your everyday operational cost. And you said on one shot deals such as cloud seeding, but yet on this budget, I see $0 budgeted for cloud seeding. So that's nothing was to, I see very little in a one-shot budgeting here.
And that's how the prior budget the prior board set this budget up. So we do have contracts in here that are not to exceed, such as the legal services. We have a $50,000 line for legal services, and it's a rarity that we spend 50% of that. So we do have several contracts here that this board can review and amend if necessary to bring down the contract levels to discuss and deliberate these different matters. But I do agree, our day-to-day operational budget should be at the revenue levels or below to ensure that we are not expending outside of our means.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. On the very bottom of this page of the document, you will see the breakdown of costs for labor, and it actually identifies the employee name as well as the value paid to that employee, as that was the request of a prior board to include on this report. This board does have the ability to modify this project, this operational budget, as you deem fit. The board has the ability to approve one-time projects, ongoing projects, etc., and make any changes necessary. As long as we live within the legally adopted budget that was sent to the state, we won't have any audit issues.
When would that modification happen? On the 18th, when we do that, or at any one of our meetings?
So the meeting on the 18th will be adopting the legal budget that I send to the state. We don't have to have this operational budget done at that time. That's something this board should really, we should probably have a budget workshop for the board to determine goals and figure out how you want to move forward, because this is just what we have done, and if it wasn't working, we need to revise that.
So we would be able to operate as a board with the legal budget that you submit to the state.
Yes.
And then after we have a manager, then we could have a workshop.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Super. Thank you.
So is the legal budget basically all the money we have available? Is that what you set the legal budget at?
Essentially. So if you look at the first page of your backup, that is the legally adopted budget. We have our beginning fund balance, our revenue budget, our expense budget, our contingency budget, and our ending balance of $197,000. So that's the budget that the state is really interested in, to make sure we do not go over that expenditure budget of $566,000. How this board wants to allocate and spend that funding is 100% up to this board.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I do have the answer for you, Board Member Locke. Crystal Berendez, her last day was January 18th of this year.
Yeah, so my only question is what happened between July and January? Like, what did she do?
She prepared the agendas. She followed up on whatever board direction was provided to her. She worked with my team on invoice entry, contract management, any of the budgetary needs throughout the year that are not board decisions, just management, different things like that. I worked with her on the finance side of the house. I'm not sure about the other tasks that she completed, so unfortunately I only have a piece of that answer for you.
Well, and there's not much we can do other than to pay attention to the fact that there was no board at the time, so there wasn't a lot of agendas and there wasn't much to do when this person continued to get paid. It's a pretty good job at that time.
Job you can only get in government. Hey, real quick too, I'm sure rent, utilities, that seems to be consistent, so we pay for a portion of the overhead from like doing what we're doing here, board, using the Calvada I and office space and stuff? Is that how that's just a certain portion of your overhead and is distributed and allocated to this board? Is that correct? Or how does that come out?
So it's utilities primarily. The water district administrative assistant was housed in my building next door, and the county owns the building. You know, the utilities are paid by the county. So I believe that this is phone and a couple of other things, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look into that,
so
and provide that to you, because without a breakdown, it's
Be nice, but that seems like it's, you know, at this point in time, it's for one office for one employee, right?
yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yes, Clinky, but I'm not sure if any of John Clinky's utility costs are rolled into this. I think it might be just his.
I think it's just his labor,
payroll.
I believe,
Yeah, and any of the travel he does on behalf of the water district.
right?
Yeah, but this was just, I think, right here was just rent is what I looked at for about 1,000.
Yes,
month.
it's rent utility. I'll have to get you a better breakdown than
I can give him a heck of an office for 1,000 a month.
Yeah, it's a cubicle, broom closet, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty small.
Yeah, I'd suggest that no board members rent our general manager an office. That's probably a good thing.
So, again, I'd like to go back to communications for February and March. In February, it was $1,296.69. In March, it was $1,224.33. In April, it was $1,066.51. What are we paying for in communications when the office is shut down?
I don't see it on the backup here, and I don't have a breakdown in front of me, unfortunately. If you give me a minute, I can try and look it up and get you an answer.
Yeah,
but
I'm
I
looking
do
at the
believe
expenditure status report for 7/1/2021 through 6/30/2022.
Is it included in the backup? Am I missing it?
No, it's not included
Oh,
in the
okay.
backup.
Okay, let me pull this up real quick.
It was-
Give me just a minute.
Something else I was able to get.
Okay, great. Give me just 1 second. I do know that the water district has a phone line that continues, and I think there's a 1-800 number associated with the water district. It may include the website, but I'm going to pull this up so I can confirm that.
While she's pulling that up, as a board, we'll go through these things and we'll determine what things should be being paid. When I was on the board last time, one of my biggest contentions was we just spent every dollar that came in.
Yeah.
Everything was approved. Let's just do this. Oh, we have the money. You know, this isn't free money. This is money. And we need to be good stewards of this money. So,
Yeah, and there was no respect for the end amount. It was allowed to go over without any concern.
the positive thing is we're starting at a good point. So,
Yeah.
if we're fiscally responsible, we should be able to operate the board and get things done.
Thank you. Anything else, Savannah?
No, that was it, and I'm still pulling up this information if you give me just a minute.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board while we wait? Thank you.
I'm not finding it easily, and I don't want to hold the board up, so is this something I can follow up with the board on?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, there's no other reports by other staff, but we do have board liaison. Item D, Commissioner Strickland.
Can I do, if you will, I'll be happy to do that item, but let's not forget Central Nevada Rural Water Authority.
Okay, can I hold there? I'd like to go back to board reports and take item B.
Thank you, ma'am. Central Nevada Rural Water Authority, I said as a board member for you all. And what most of you do know is that they meet regularly. But right now, the big push is legislation. And so our legislative session will be in 2023, and bill draft resolutions, BDRs, Central Nevada Water Authority has 5 they can do. And I know of 2 they're working on now. I'm going to make this an attachment moving forward, since they are working on something so diligently. But one of them is draft policy statement on water conservation, banking, and leasing. And one statement within it says, water conservation, banking, and sharing are management mechanisms designed to incentivize and increase water supply efficiency and reliability. So I'm going to get this document to you as it's drafting, okay, so that you can be informed. But please take special note, if I make a mistake and I've included all of you, please don't comment back to me. Thank you. The other one they have is the draft policy statement on conjunctive water management. They're working on this, and the statement that is prevalent here is, while conjunctive management is a pragmatic approach, its implementation in Nevada has been inconsistent and limited primarily to evaluating the impacts of groundwater on surface water rights. So both of these are quite interesting and very important to Nye County and where we're going further. So I will include you all. So you may want to attend those meetings. You're welcome to listen in and, of course, give general public comment. And if you have anything you want me to bring forward, please let me know.
Could you define conjunctive management for us?
Oh, that's the hard one. You're bad.
I haven't heard it.
You're bad. Existing in Nevada water law, it quotes the NRS, declares that it is policy of the state of Nevada to manage conjunctively the appropriation, use, and administration of all waters of this state, regardless of the source of the water. Apart from this legislative declaration adopted in 2017, no other statutes related to conjunctive water management have been enacted at the Division of Water Resources.
I think that is, a lot of times you get some valleys in northern Nevada and you might have a ranch with a spring that irrigates a certain amount of, acres of meadow grass. Well, over time there's been more farming, more pumping, and all of a sudden the spring flow, there's a reduction in spring flow, and before you know it, the rancher who may have had a senior vested water right, even sometimes prior to the law of appropriation, finds himself having his water right impaired by subsequent actions of lower priority water rights, in most cases groundwater, pumping.
Agreed. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Item C is Board Liaison. Again, Deborah Strickland, Commissioner.
Yes, once again, we've talked about banking and utility companies with the general discussion here. And all of you can see that I've surrounded myself with everything I could think of that you might come up with. What I found, there's a lot of work that this board has done. And I want to make sure that in the past, anywhere from a groundwater management plan to a water resource plan update to cloud seeding projects to evaluating and identifying project preliminary engineering reports, and it just goes on for miles. And so it's not overwhelming to all of you, but I do want to make sure that you're plugging into all this old research because it needs updated, board. And so as your liaison to the county commissioners, I've made a couple of requests and we've talked about it. But most of all, you guys have written a groundwater management plan that needs to be updated. And that's a big task, and you're going to have a manager, and you'll move forward with a full board, I'm sure, soon. And we are encouraging you to also, a big item within all of Nye County are our solar projects, okay? And it's become unbelievable, the amount of solar projects that are going all through Nye County. So that is a water use, and construction is a water use, cleaning is a water use. We've sent a letter to the state engineer as a commission saying that we discourage within Basin 162. If we have a water management problem, if we have an over allocation, then why are we doing this? Okay, so that was the position of the board. You should be aware of that. The other thing that I'd like to point out that I am disappointed that you have been challenged today by the public as to your authority, because your authority is extreme. when it comes to what you need to do as a water board. And so we need you to put your best efforts forward, and you all are very educated in this item, in these works. Don't let this public discourage you, because they are not sitting on the board, you are. Thank you.
I have a question for you. What's the commissioner's plan for appointing the other 3 members of this board?
We're waiting for more candidates, of course. And as you look at your agenda, you'll see that where those candidates need to come from, that's specific to their locations. We have openings in area 1, 2, and 4 currently.
Right.
And so we need to get applications from those areas.
And what areas are those?
1, 2, and 4, and I'll pull up my.
I've got it here. One is Currant Creek, Smoky Valley. 2 is Tonopah, and we still have a vacancy in the Pahrump area.
So, quick question, the advertising for this, is it something that the commission, so we don't have to, because it's not put down as something we can vote on, but like advertising in the Round Mountain area, advertising up at the mine where we could find somebody in the Smoky Valley that, you know, I mean, I can reach out to people at the mine and see if they can put something on their board, but is it something that Nye County can, since you guys put out the advertising the initial time, can you go out to those and try and do that?
Assistant Manager, that one's on you.
Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair. Yes, our Public Information Officer, which I think he just walked up.
He's just stepped up to the podium.
Okay, I'll turn this over to him.
Hello, Arnold Knightley, Public Information Officer for Nye County. So we do push this out to all the towns. They're on my email list. So the county manager or their town managers or the representatives in Round Mountain or Gabbs or wherever do get these Beatty. And Beatty's really good. They resend everything that I send out to, and it goes on our Facebook and website and social media. So we do try really hard to get it out, and then there's some pathways that goes out statewide too. So
Okay, well, if we could just push in those 3 areas again, almost
definitely we will every time.
So one's in Pahrump, and you said one is in Tonopah, and one's outside Current and Duckwater, Railroad Valley, Smoky Valley. That's all comes under one area.
It does.
The huge area outside of Tonopah.
But not much. Yeah, I don't know what the determination of
Yeah.
why that.
Well, that's good. No, it's a large area. Yeah.
And you'd think that we would be able to find someone in such a large area. But the board,
I think, Railroad Valley, for example, is very sparsely inhabited, aside from those little toads I've been reading about.
What you've pointed out is that we're a very spread out county. But what we do is some very phenomenal things when it comes to making the boards be able to operate. Granicus will allow them to call in the future. They don't have to be present. They can go to Beatty and do a meeting. They go to Tonopah and do this meeting.
Yeah, Arnold, when you do the send out to those rural areas again, if you could please let them know that we don't want them to spend time and gas and drive every meeting. They can be in Tonopah, they could be in Beatty, they could be at another location, because I think that's what stops a lot of people. I drive for a living. I live in my truck, but a lot of people don't like to do it. And so that's something that I think is important for these people to know, that if they're up in Round Mountain, they could go to Tonopah, which is where they go to shop and do things anyway.
Right. Well, I'll work with Lorene, and we'll see what we can do on that messaging, especially when the advertising goes out also in the Tonopah Times and the Pahrump Valley Times and other. Because you're right. I mean, you might say you do live in, say, Gabbs, and you're like, oh, do I have to drive all the way down to Pahrump or, wherever to hold these meetings or attend them or participate in them? So, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner, I'd like to see these reports put on the website. I think our website lacks a lot of information, and even if these are old reports, I think they still should be there. I think the public needs to be able to have access to that information. So when we get a manager, we'll get that taken care of and expand the education of our website, if that's comfortable for the board.
I would love that, and the biggest thing that I think, one of the most important documents that we have at our purview that's not out yet for last year is the pumpage inventory that DWR puts out once a year. It's very telling. It's telling you exactly which water rights pumping what and what our usages are, so.
And I'd
that's a
like
good
to
one.
see that accessible to the board as soon as possible, too.
Yeah, and to the public.
And to the public.
I mean,
And
all
to
this
the public,
stuff should be on our site so the public can read and be as knowledgeable as they can prior to showing up.
Right, so they can help us.
That's what we hope.
Thank you. Okay, any other individuals that would like to make a report? I don't believe there are. I'll close item 16 and move to 17. Possible action and deliberation to set time and location for the next Water District Governing Board for May 18th, 2022 at 10 a.m. here in the chambers. And again, it is available on Granicus. You can't telecommunicate, but we have the Granicus available. And of course, Beatty and Pahrump locations are available also. So any action from the board? I will open public comment first.
Greg Dankowski, I'd like to bring up a couple things. One is, in my opinion and in the opinion of common sense, Southern Nevada Water Authority and the Las Vegas Valley Water District and the Division of Water Resources have failed in Southern Nevada, specifically Clark County, in addressing the quantity of water that the people, that everybody uses in Southern Nevada. We've already exposed one of the intakes that was installed in around 1970.
Greg, could I bother to
Yeah, go
interrupt
ahead.
you? And I apologize. This is to set the date for the next meeting.
Oh,
It's
I'm
not
on the
public
wrong-
comment.
wrong
I
public
apologize.
comment. Go-
It's public comment on
Here.
the item of setting
Here.
the date for
Here.
the next meeting.
But you don't have to get up, Greg. You can,
No,
you can
Stay
stay
right
there.
there. Thank
We're really
you.
close to it.
Being no comment, I'll close the public comments and open it to the pleasure of the board.
I'd like to motion that we will have the discussion and deliberation on May 18th at 10 a.m.
In the chambers and available locations. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Motion and second. Poll the board.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 5-1. Close the item, move to 18. 4-1, sorry. I appreciate that. Item 18, general public comment.
0.
Pardon?
Correct that. 4-0.
4-0. Thank you. I'm
We
trying to
almost
get
had a supermajority there.
those- Yeah, I'm trying to get those numbers for Mr. Boston.
If you would just vote twice, Michael, we could get there.
There you go. That's a good idea. Okay.
I do stammer a lot, so.
I'll open public comment. Please give your name and spell your last name.
Greg Dankowski. It's my hope that the board will address the issues that Southern Nevada Water Authority, Las Vegas Valley Water District, and the Division of Water Resources didn't address. And listening to Savannah Rucker earlier, maybe they should have employed an accountant early on at the Division of Water Resources, because all this water rights thing, it's an accounting. Either you're giving water away we have, or you're giving water away we don't have. It's like banking. I mean, either you have the money to give or you don't have the money to give. I mean, this isn't rocket science. So I hope the board we don't end up with the board making the same mistakes these other entities in government have made. Another thing I want to say, we're closing here now, is when somebody buys a piece of property, they expect to have water. But, you know, there's no guarantees when somebody buys a house or a piece of property that they're guaranteed water anymore. There's no guarantee. So what's going to be happening here, and I used to speak to Jason King about this, when the climate migration starts, which it's already kind of starting, the drought migration, we'll say, when the people in southern Nevada, specifically Clark County, are told they can't do this and they're told they can't do that, and they have water brownouts or water blackouts. So they start looking around where they can get water for their slip and slides, and they wash the car, and they can take a shower at midnight, and this and that. They're going to be looking at Pahrump, besides Mesquite, Overton, and they're going to be coming, a lot of them. A lot of them. We're just at the beginning stages. Lake Mead is in a lot of trouble. They're going to be moving, and they're going to want to keep their jobs. So they're not going to be moving far. But they can do the commute from Pahrump to Clark County and still keep their job and make their money to feed their kids and their dog and their cat. So they're coming. So I think this board needs to start thinking about, what are we going to tell the new people when they get here? We don't have a lot of water for all this, so thank you.
Thank you. Please give your name and spell your last name.
John Bosta, B-O-S-T-A. First, I would like you to take a look at your tax bill. It says Nye County Water District tax. It doesn't say fee. And I would hope that this board would see that on the tax bill, it says Water District fee. In the budget, you have a fee, and I heard almost $500,000, and that's $500,000 of fee money that was never spent. And if you take a look at your budget, you could operate almost 5 years on the amount of money you have in the bank. And so basically you've been collecting as fee money and you haven't been spending it. And I think that to take the attitude that you don't look at what the public says is, in 2015, there was a report made by Jason King on the water in Pahrump. The first and major user of water in Pahrump is the domestic wells. Second comes irrigation. And then third comes quasi-municipal. And you take quasi-municipal, has almost 30,000 acre-feet of water rights, but they only use less than 4,000 acre-feet of water because the developers have given the water rights to the utility companies, and the utility companies have changed the agricultural water rights to quasi-municipal, and the state engineer has put out for beneficial use for utilities now is 20 years. You take Great Water Basin, has 29,000 parcels. They can serve only 6,400. That means there's 21,000 parcels in the Great Basin water system that is without water. And I know that Mr. Locke went to the Public Utility Commission and said, can I combine 2 half-acre lots into 1 acre so I can drill a well and build a house? And the Public Utility Commission said yes. So it's this combining of small lots to be able to drill wells and etc. But my point being is that since the domestic wells are the greatest user of water rights in the basin, why is it we're concerned about talking about water rights, which is the second and third use? Why aren't we talking about domestic wells and how you're going to protect the domestic wells? Thank you.
Thank you. Please give your name and spell it last name.
Dwight Lilly, L-I-L-Y. You know, I feel positive after this meeting that we might be able to actually work towards solving the problems we have, but I think it's going to depend upon whether or not the board approaches this from an altruistic point or whether they're going to approach it from a self-centered point as to the success of the board. Now, everybody has their own special interests, special desires, their needs. We have people that are water rights holders. We have people that are developers on the board. We have people that maybe are involved in the board just simply because they want to be in power and want to control issues. But really the bottom line is you have to think about what is best for the community, what is best for the citizens long term. Now, a lot of us that have been speaking out today are in our 70s, pushing 80 years old, so we're not going to be here. We're going to have to turn this community over to the next generations of people, and the success that could be accomplished here would directly impact the future. Or is it going to simply be a continuation of the golden rule where a person is more concerned about their own needs as to what direction the board goes as opposed to the needs of the people? I think that's a very important thing that you guys need to go home and really ponder and pray about, is what is really important. Now, I like some of the comments. I like Michael's comments a lot, and because I really believe that he has the ability to get something done. I hope that we do get something done. And there's a lot of brain power in this community that have looked into this water situation for well over a decade, but I think a lot of people have just given up that anything was really ever going to be accomplished and turned to themselves, what is best for them. Well, it can't be what's best for you or me. It has to be what's best for our children and our grandchildren, because we're well past dealing with our own needs. If we haven't got it made by now in this life, we never will. So thanks again for you guys agreeing to sit down and serve on this board, and I hope that we really do solve the problems rather than, again, it's all about me, me, me. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give your name and spell your last name.
Ramsey Devereux, Devereux. I'm a recent resident. I came here because there's a well. I know what's coming. I know that all this water belongs to our Creator, and He can make all He wants and maybe get some extra over here. We'll talk about that some other day. But I am just so pleased to be here listening to all you. Thank you for serving and taking the time out of your lives to do this. God bless you all, and do what you say. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Is there any further public comment?
Yes, in Tonopah, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruce Jabbour, Jabbour. I don't think that any of you need to go home and reflect on yourselves. I believe you've already done that by the application and interest, by putting your application through and then being appointed. So we certainly appreciate all of the feedback and everything that you have said and gone over today, and this is not going to be easy. I'm confident that each one of you has the aptitude to move forward, and I believe we've made the right decisions by appointing you to this board. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy. There was, again, no trickery here. I think you knew what you were in for, and the residents, all of the residents of Nye County, including myself, we're all residents, so are you. We're depending on you to help us, to be our eyes and ears, to help us move forward and protect and preserve the water. That's the bottom line. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, Board. Tim Sutton again, Sutton. I just wanted to apologize. I didn't mean to cause a stir here with any of my comments or any of the things that I handed back and forth. Mr. Lilly spoke of special interests, and I do have a special interest in this board, and that is that it's successful. We spent a lot of time behind the scenes. The board spent a lot of time putting the board together and making appointments, and so we are very interested in your success. And so when I saw some efforts that, you know, appeared to try to torpedo the inaugural meeting of this board, that I wanted to intervene in that. So I'm not this board's counsel. I didn't want to give that impression at all, but I did serve as counsel and did a lot of work with open meeting law. And so things may have changed in the last 4 years since I've been out of the game, but I wanted to impart some of that to this board, and hopefully it was helpful. But I do encourage you. I actually agree. I think it was Mr. Locke that said that this board should seek legal counsel pertaining to the quorum. I still think you're in good standing. We sought legal advice in forming this board, and that's why we were okay with moving forward with the meeting today. But again, any apologies if that was disruptive at all. But thank you and appreciate your service.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? I'll close public comment. I'd like to make a comment personally. Setting this meeting up would not have happened if it hadn't have been for Savannah, Samantha, and Lorena, and Mr. Sutton. There was a lot of things that came together. We had a closed office. We don't have telephone access. It's kind of a mess when you really kind of look at it. But with that being said, we came forward. We ended up with the chambers to be able to meet, and I'm so grateful to every one of the staff members that stepped forward. I'm grateful to the clerk's office. They got us all sworn in, got our affidavits done. Really, we moved very, very quickly to get here today. And I really do appreciate every one of the staff members. And Commissioner Strickland, thank you for your input and effort to get this meeting going. And we'll move forward. Closed public comment and agenda item 19, which would be adjourned. Pleasure of the board.
I'd like to motion to adjourn.
I second.
Adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.
Pleasure meeting you, sir.
Or just a real estate investment.
Thank you, Lorena, for being there in Tonopah.
You're welcome. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, sweetheart. Appreciate your help.
Perhaps microphones are still on.
Because they didn't do it. Nobody read any of the backup. Nobody knew what they were talking about. Nobody could vote on anything because they didn't know what they were doing. And
We're a little different.
I really do too. For you, just some wording. So this one changed to whenever the contract is signed, when it's legally signed. And we have the ability.
Oh, I just did that because I knew we didn't have anything.
Microphones are still on.
I just kind of wanted to identify everybody.
Good job.
Thank you for your help. I appreciate it.
Watch I'll sit here and remind you of those things, but they're little things that people can come back on. Like, I don't care what John ever says. Okay, he's never going to sue anybody. Never has any legal standing. Okay, and if he does, then we'll have to argue. But when he has good points with other things.
Commissioner Strickland?
Yes.
Commissioner Strickland?
Commissioner Jabor.
Microphones are still on in Pahrump.
What's that? All of our mics are still on?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.